soldiers on a grand paper plane, rolling dice to echo cannons refrain. Kingdoms rise within this tabletop dust. In strategy and chaos we place our trust. The generals lean with a calculating stare. Hands of fate guide moves with a flare. Tiny hills climb where valleys fall steep. Battles fought while the house stays asleep. Wargaming dreams on a six-sided star. In this microcosm we travel so far. Heroes die small, but their legends grow large. In this tiny world, we're always in charge. Painted commanders in coats of bold hue patrol the terrain in colors so true. Armies clash with a flick of the wrist. Victory's a mark on a checklist kissed. Dice are the drums of this parade of might. The board is the map glowing soft through the night. Imagination ignites where the pieces collide. A universe unfolds we cannot hide. 100 battles fought in one single room. Victories blazing, entropy and gloom. Armies may fade, but spirits don't rest. In the heat of this game, we earners of trust. Tiny soldiers rolling dice to echo cannons refrain. Kingdoms rise within this tabletop dust. In strategy and chaos we place our trust. The generals lean with a calculating stare. Hands of fate guide moves with a flare. Tiny hills climb where valleys fall steep. Battles fought while the house stays asleep. Wargaming dreams on a six-sided star. In this microcosm we travel so far. Heroes die small, but their legends grow large. In this tiny world, we're always in charge. Painted commanders in coats of bold hue patrol the terrain in colors so true. Armies clash with a flick of the wrist. Victory's a mark on a checklist kissed. Dice are the drums of this parade of might. The board is the map glowing soft through the night. Imagination ignites where the pieces collide. A universe unfolds we cannot hide. 100 battles fought in one single room. Victories blazing, entropy and gloom.
All right, hello again, everybody. This is me. Let me see. This is Derek. Okay, what's going on here? What is not happening? Oh, okay. Boop. Yep, there we go. Wondering what was going on. And we got Luke saying good afternoon. Well, hey, Luke, you must be in a part of the world that it is afternoon because here it's only 9 a.m. So, well, wherever you are, I'm happy to have you. Okay, so the title of the show is a little bit of a lie. It says that we're going to be working on these epic ACW Union regiments, which we are. We are going to be working on those, but I'm also going to be working on this paintbrush rack that I picked up. I'm going to be putting this together, and it's a brush organizer is what it's called. And it's got, I don't know, you can't, you might not, maybe you can on the camera, but yeah, there's this many holes, which is a shitload, but you'll see all these little itty bitty holes right here. I don't have a whole lot of little bitty titty committee. No, and there, I just threw a brush on the ground. I do have a few brushes that are very thin, but almost all of my brushes are triangular handles. This is 99% of my brushes have the triangular handle. Very few of them, I do have a couple, but very few of them are the old traditional, just straight handled brushes. So I don't think I'm going to be able to use very many of these. And these giant holes, I'm going to be able to use, that's no problem. Any brush will fit in there. But I wonder about this row of brushes. I'm going to put a brush in and it's just going to stick way up. I guess I could put a brush in like this and it would stick way up and the bristles would go down. But I'm starting to think this might not have been a good plan. I hate to say it. I guess that's an M, right? 3 p.m. instead of 3 ph. So you're in Londinium. Okay, cool. I just started running a group of guys through. Oh, my microphone is a million miles away. I just started running a group of guys through a game of Pendragon, and they haven't had a chance to get out of Sarum, which is in Salisbury. As you might already know all that, but they haven't even left their hometown yet. So, now I probably could take a drill, one with a big bit, like a big bit about this big, whatever, and I could drill out these holes, like drill out every other one. And same thing with these. I could probably drill out every single one of those. I might do that. Not today. I'm only gonna assemble it today, but That's something I could get in there with a drill and go zzz, 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 and just drill them suckers out. The second rank, because you see, I don't know if you can see this, but there's 2 rows of holes. So I guess when you put it in, it doesn't fall over or whatever. It stands up straight. If I drill the top, then the brush would only go in, and then the bottom would just rest on that hole. It wouldn't actually go into the bottom hole unless I drill the bottom hole out as well, and then it'll go down. You know, I might drill them out before I assemble it. Yeah, I was hoping to assemble this on camera. But and it might be easier to drill it out while it's assembled. That way everything will be held sturdy and I could drill. I don't know if my drill bit is going to be long enough though. That's my problem. I could probably run outside where all my drill bits are at. I know I've got one drill bit over here. You know what? Yeah, these pin vise drill bits are not going to be anywhere near being the right size. But I wouldn't expect them to be. Okay. I don't see that drill bit in there. I might have picked it up and put it somewhere else. I'm starting to think I did. Because I don't see it in there. Yeah. Yeah, sweet one. Huh. Okay, but either way. Maybe I don't do that today. Maybe I dig up my drill bit at some future juncture. Well, let me do this. Let me open this up. Yeah. Smells like MDF. Okay. And these are the sides. Really, I only need to see one side. Oh, these okay. Yeah, these holes down here are like very large, and then these are it's like if we want to count these as like size 1, then these are size 2, then size 3, size 4, and then size 5. But depending on if I do it this way or if I do it this way, the gap could be very small. Um, but I'm kind of, if I want to do it the way they suggest, the small holes would be, the small gap would be on the bottom, and I know my drill bits at least that long, so I know I would be able to drill all the way through. So technically I could assemble this right now. It's super simple. You know, I'm not gonna pop everything out just yet. And I do want to get painting on these guys. Oh wow, that's like super tight. But I am planning on gluing this. White glue, you know. Yeah, that's like really, really tight. And I'm just assuming okay, man, that is like extra tight. Yikes. Okay. Really, this is just a trial, really. Just give me the impress. Okay. Like, give me an idea of how big it's going to be. Wow, it would almost hold together without any glue. Well, it definitely would hold together without any glue because it's super tight. But I'm still gonna glue it together. So I'm just, what do they call it? Just fitting it, because once it's done, I'm gonna peel it apart and then put glue on it and then put it back together. Okay, this. Okay, there we go. it's good to go. And it's got like these two little two little holes right here that if I wanted to pop those out and like mount this on the wall, I could. And I'm not really sure what this is all about. Um, I guess it's for holding it, gripping it or something, but I can grip it this way. So I'm not planning on mounting this on a wall or anything. I guess I could mount it like on my table somewhere, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to set it on the table with my brushes in it. As you can see, I'm using a coffee cup right now for my good brushes. I've got these are new brushes that have not ever been used. And then I've got three more boxes over there of brushes. I just got in a whole bunch of brushes. Yeah, I might get in there with an X-Acto knife and open that up just a little bit because it might be too tight, you know, where it doesn't want to. It does, like this piece right here doesn't want to. There's a gap. Felt like it went in the hole. But then this top piece popped out a little. I don't know. I don't want to break anything. I don't want to push too hard just yet. That's another reason why I might clean it out a little bit. Okay, but I'm going to have this out there, and then these guys are going to be sitting in there. That's probably okay. That's too big for these types of brushes. That's okay. Making all kinds of messes over here. Two of that fell on the floor. Okay, that's like perfect, right? But this next level, it would just be a look. And these brushes, these are Transon. So if you're interested in knowing what kind of brush this is a Transon art brush, where this is a Nick Pro. And Nick Pro, I have other brushes over here that are Nick Pro. Yeah, this is a Nick Pro, and it's more like the Transon. But this new Nick Pro that I just got, it has more of a. Okay, here, let me see if I can show you this. It's got this bulb right here, right? Um, for ergonomics or what have you. It's a little triangle, and it's great for holding with 3 fingers, right? And while you're painting, that's exactly. And each one, you know, it basically it feels good, right? And it doesn't roll in your hands unless you force it to roll. Um, but it bulges out and then it comes back into a nice straight handle, right? Okay. Unlike the brand new Nicks, Nick Pro, they have the triangular handle, but then it stays fat almost the entire way down. This is a new brush. I just got it in yesterday, day before yesterday. I've already used it once, but yeah, so it's got kind of a fat handle. So that'll fit in there, no problem. But I don't think these, with what I'm going to call the straight handles, they're not going to fit in there. Not unless they get drilled out. And I don't want to drill out every single one of them, because if I do, they're going to start, the two holes are going to get so big that they're going to be next to each other, and what's the word? They might break, or the holes will overlap. So I'm thinking I could do every other one. Same thing with these little ones. I think I could do every other one, and still leave the little holes for these types of brushes. Whoops. Yeah, so my little brushes can go in there. And then I can get rid of this. And I was wondering if I could maybe set it there. I don't know. I'm not sure where I could arrange it. But I was thinking I could I could move it out of the way. Might even be able to do this. Yeah, I could do that. Where's up here? I don't know. It also might just be futile. Might be an unnecessary. Might be unnecessary. All right. Well, we'll set this off to the side, out of the way. And we're not going to use it. I'm not going to paint it. Not going to drill it out until I'll drill it out through the live stream, off camera. All right. Now I've gone through a couple of changes in my color scheme. I painted the pants one color, and then just yesterday I've decided I was going to change the whole idea and paint their pants a totally different color. Now I considered painting just some of them one color and then some of them another color, to get a variety of paints or colors for the pants. But I've decided just to paint them all the same color, which was French grayish blue from AK. All right, chat, let's see what you got. Because I see that Luke is busy talking to me. Now, Luke, just FYI, I can't see the chat. I have to change my glasses to read anything that's on the screen. That's why there's a little bit of a delay between reading the chat and interacting with the audience. I usually don't interact with the audience. I usually just blab, and then towards the end of the live stream, I'll get on and I'll look at the chat. But from time to time, I look. Like right now, I'm looking. I can't even see that. I'm going to be honest, I cannot see that. My eyes have to adjust sometimes. And that's why you see me leaning in so I can see what's going on. Okay, you said something like Pendragon, the coin game? Coin game. Coin game. I don't know what a coin game is. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what a coin game is. And then you said I use those brushes, so comfortable for a day's batch painting. Yeah, I know, I agree. I do a lot of painting, and so those triangular handles really help out. Only got the old ones, not tried the new style. Yeah, I just got those in. Here, let me. Came in a set like this. It was a 5-pack. And these are all 3.0s. That's the Nick Pro. That's the gold handle ones. The Transons, they've always come in a pack like this. And what's good about this pack is I've got a 10-0, a couple of 20-0s, some 5s, some 3s, and I think the last 2 is like a 1 and a 2. Oh, that might even be bigger than a 2. But these sets are really good because you can get like really good brush, and they last. Now, this company, I have no idea who these guys are. You know, they're made in the infamous. They got the original type handles, but I think I don't even know what size these are. You know what? I don't know what the quality is on these. These are an experiment. I saw them and I said, they're cheap enough for me to take a gamble on them. Can't get them out of the packaging. That's a problem. Okay, here are they. Golden Sable 5.0. They're just called Golden Sable. And they're all 5.0s. So I got a set of 3.0s. I got a set of 5.0s. And then I got a variety set. Okay, I pulled these out just to look at them, right? Yeah, because they don't have the sharp enough point. Okay, so I've got the French blue gray. Already used that. I used a dark Prussian blue on their coats, but on their kepis or their hats, on some of them, I used duck blue. I used duck blue on like one hat per strip, and then I used another Prussian blue. Maybe it was uniform blue on another one of their hats, and then the remainder I used the light Prussian blue, but I plan to use the light Prussian blue as a highlight once I get done washing them. Yeah, this field drab I used on the little strip base that holds all 10 figures together under their boots. I painted that field drab. Now this field blue is what I painted the pants originally, but I've decided that I switched to the light Prussian, the French gray. So I can go ahead and put that field blue away. Flesh on their face, I used something called beige pink. I still have to do their hands. I use the light Prussian also for their bedrolls, whatever it is, the wrap on their heads. I'm sorry, wraps over their shoulders. And then I used Viking blue for their canteen covers, their canteens. And that's really as far as I got. The mustaches and the beards and stuff like that, I used I think it was just a flat brown, or maybe it was a dark brown. I think I did a dark brown. And the flag poles, I used oak brown. Just getting everybody caught up to where I'm at. So I am planning on using black for, and I just use a cheap, just a cheap craft acrylic black, because black is I use it on almost everything, and that comes out pretty thick. And if I need to thin it out, I can just add a couple of drops of water to the drops. And when it comes to black, it doesn't have to be a hobby paint, you know. A lot of these paint bottles up here that you see, they're like $4 a bottle, right? This thing cost me $2.99. And it's probably better than all those. No, I'm not going to say that. But it's good. Okay, so really I only have these four paints left, and they'll be done. Well, no, count the black. And they'll be done. The brass, I'm not even sure what I'm going to be painting brass. I don't even know. Because I don't know if I'm going to paint the tip of the spear. I do have to do some flesh on the hands, so let's move that over there. And I am planning on painting the Warlord Games base field drab. Even though I've already sprayed them brown, they're outside drying. I did it yesterday, so I'm sure they're dry. They didn't blow away. Now I'm just trying to think what color I want to do next. I'm holding the black for last. I think I'm going to do the hands. No. I'm going to do the muskets. I'm going to do all the muskets. Okay, we're going to do new wood. I didn't turn the focus off, so it should focus. I'm experimenting. Why are you not focused? I'm touching the camera. Okay. My hands and everything. Okay, there we go. New wood. I was like, everything covers the camera, so it should be focused. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. You probably saw my coffee sitting here. I normally don't drink coffee in the morning, believe it or not. I usually drink it in the evening. But I think it's going through me and I might have to go run to the bathroom. So if I can't hold it in, that's what I've done. I've run to the bathroom. Okay. We're going to use this new brush. I put my binoculars on. I think these are 3.5s. It comes with a number of lenses. I can actually take this lens and pop it off and put another one on. I've tried more magnification. I've tried less magnification. And I think this 3.5 is really good for painting at about this range. See, because I can read this. Perfect. I mean, no blur. But if you ask me to read it out there, like right there, that's blurry for me. That's not blurry. With these glasses, that is. Yeah, ever since I learned, or I should say, ever since I read an article by Plastic Soldier Company about their uh, muskets and rifles, mainly rifles from World War II, and the color they recommend. And the color they recommend was beige, brown. For their rifles, rifle barrels, rifle wood. I've uh, I've kind of adopted that recommendation. And if I was writing a book about my knowledge in painting, um, I have a lot of things to say about it. I probably could write a book about painting, and not painting as in like the Mona Lisa, but painting miniature figures for the tabletop. I have a lot of things to say about it. You know, I might actually one of these days write a book about that. And the topic I was, or the thing I was getting ready to say is depending on the scale of your model, right? 54 millimeter, 28 millimeter, 6 millimeter, whatever scale you're painting, the color that you use to represent a specific color is not always going to be the same. Um, if I was to use beige brown on a 15 millimeter miniature, and then I found a 28 millimeter miniature, and I painted the same musket beige brown, it will look different. Even though it's exactly the same color, but based on the size of the model, your eyes play tricks on you. The smaller the model, the darker um, the, the paint will appear. So so basically, the smaller the figure that you're painting, you need to use a slightly lighter color because your eyes will automatically darken it up. I don't know why that is. It's probably a psychological um, it's probably a psychological your brain works things out. I don't know if you know this. I'm a pretty I'm not a professional at this, but I'm pretty knowledgeable when it comes to psychology. And I don't mean personality disorders or anything like that. I'm talking about just the way the brain works. And there's something the brain does that it's been doing ever since we've been hunters. Ever since you had to stay alive in the wilderness, your brain will emphasize certain colors as a defensive and offensive mechanism to keep you alive. It's one reason why certain camouflages work better than others, because your brain automatically fills in the blanks 99% of the time. And you don't even realize your body is doing it, where your brain is doing this for you as a gift. You will be standing in the woods or moving through the woods, you know, and in a hostile situation, looking over your shoulder constantly, looking for ambushes, and your eyes will catch. Oh, I almost put way too much paint on that brush. Okay. Your eyes will catch the roundness of a helmet. And your brain will automatically, without you like programming it, will automatically know that that is not natural. A little bit of something will go off in your head. You will notice it. Your brain will draw your attention to it, and you will see the roundness of this helmet because your brain is telling you that's not natural. But it does more than just that. No, you as a soldier know what a helmet is, know what a helmet would look like in the woods. You understand the positioning of the head on the body. And your brain will automatically create a profile of where that body is, even if you physically can't see it. And you will think in your head, you'll say, oh, I can see the whole body. When in fact you can't. But your brain fills in the gaps. Okay. I experienced this quite a bit in the military. Um, Specifically as a operator that had to operate independently behind lines. I was keenly aware of these type of things. And I bring this knowledge into my painting. Now, I'm not the one that taught me this. I didn't just one day wake up and say, oh, colors are different on different scale models. No. I watched somebody's video, this is like 10 years ago or longer, and he said, he basically had a better explanation than I did. But basically just your brain fills in the gaps. Plays tricks on you. It darkens up the colors the smaller the figure gets. Because I guess your brain is assuming or plugging in the gaps, saying that person that I'm looking at, the figure, is really far away. And he only looks this big, you know? But as they get closer, or I should say the scale gets larger, the colors get closer and closer to what you're actually placing on the model. That's why when you paint with very small figures, you gotta do two things to prevent that illusion from ruining your paint or your appearance of the model. You have to use lighter colors than you normally think you should. That's one thing. And you should also, if you're planning on using washes, which I do quite a bit, I think I pretty much use a wash on every single figure I do. Um, but I what's the word I'm looking for? Fluctuate. I use a variety of different washes to obtain different results. And on the smaller figures, you should use a lighter wash. Or you're going to double darken it, right? You're darkening it because it's a smaller figure, and you're darkening it with a dark wash. Yeah, I'm going back over it next to their hats just to make sure I get it correct or color it properly. Okay. Muskets. That's one stick. I've got 10 of them here. Now, the reason why I did the muskets before the hand, I already knew that some of these muskets are being gripped by their hand. And if I accidentally paint the hand, which I'm going to tell you right now, it's no accident, I'm deliberately painting directly over their hand. Then I'll go in and I'll paint the hand, and the musket will be underneath. Now this is a commission. I'm not I'm not painting these for my personal collection for two reasons. The first one is I don't play American Civil War at all, ever. It's not a period that I enjoy. or no, no, that's not really true. It's not a period that I want to collect. Let's rephrase that. Because if I had a friend and he was into the Civil War and he had a table set up and he wanted me to play, I can push some figures. I can roll some dice. We can have a good time playing the Civil War. I'm just not going to go out of my way to collect models for the Civil War. American or English. And secondly, this is kind of a nitpicky, but I don't like companies, any company, making figures for their game that is in an odd scale that nobody else is doing to force players to buy their figures. I'm talking to you, GW. And now Warlord. Did you realize, or did you know that a lot of the people that are at Warlord used to be at GW and vice versa, or whatever? It's like they've gone back and forth. But better than that, they both have the same initials. Games Workshop, Warlord Games, WG, GW. But basically, at least Games Workshop is 28 millimeter. Oh, wait, no, they're not. Now there's something like 40 millimeter or something like that. They've gone to super heroic. I used to love playing Warhammer and 40K. I used to love it. And it didn't really bother me that they would make heroes or monsters that only existed in their game. So you had to have that figure because you couldn't find it anywhere else. That really didn't bother me. And then I came to my senses. I was like, I became basically anti the company and not the game itself, but it's funny how people can separate the game from the company. It's the same frickin' thing. And then I basically became an activist. I stopped buying anything Warhammer. Mainly because, and this is a little anecdotal knowledge for you guys. I've been in the business of miniature wargaming, painting, or selling since 95. So 30 years. I used to have a brick and mortar store called the War Room. That's what it was called. Here in Clarksville, Tennessee. We would hold tournaments. We would play card games. You know, Magic the Gathering, Legend of the Five Rings. Remember that game? Um, D&D, 3rd edition. You know, we had played Traveler. We played Warhammer Fantasy, 40K, Blood Bowl, uh, historical miniatures, Napoleon's battles, and basically everything. Everything under the sun. Blue Max was a big one that I introduced to the store. And I carried Games Workshop products. This was before Warlord Games. There was no bolt action. There was no bolt action. There was no Hail Caesar. None of that existed. But so I had Warhammer and Warhammer 40K pretty heavily. I dedicated almost an entire wall uh, on one side of the store to my Games Workshop stuff. Mainly because it sold really well. And one day, Games Workshop sends a representative to my store to do an audit. First of all, where do you get off, Games Workshop, doing an audit of me? I'm not a employee of yours. I'm a customer. I buy it from you and I resell it. So they come into the store and I greet them, a super nice guy. He's just doing his job, you know, and he loves the game and we talk shop and everything. We have a good old time. But the main reason why he was there was to see where I displayed Games Workshop products. And he told me that Games Workshop requires, I'll say it again, requires that I put their product in the front of the store. It has to be the first thing seen when someone walks into the store. And I said, well, I can't really do that. First of all, I put all what I put in the front of the store was new product. New games, new miniatures, new whatever from any manufacturer. If it's new, customers see it first thing. And he said that's not going to work for them. And I was like, I'm sorry, but that's the way we do things here in the United States. And the very next time I placed an order, my representative, which I had a pretty good working relationship with my representative, he told me that my rates were changing because I didn't pass my audit. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. I immediately stopped carrying Games Workshop product. Nope, let me back that up. That's not true. I still carry Games Workshop product, but I stopped buying it from Games Workshop. I went through distributors, which I normally did, like if I had like a special order, somebody needed a sergeant so and so or a captain so and so, I would go to my distributor and I would order that one blister and it'd come in like within the couple of days, and then that customer would get it. Right? But when I put an order in at Games Workshop, there was a minimum order that you had to place. And so I usually only ordered once a month. From Games Workshop because of the size of the bill. I couldn't order the amount that they wanted me to order every week or whatever. I wasn't that big of a store. And it wasn't the only thing I carried. So, because I had a lot of customers that liked Games Workshop, I still carried it, but I went through my distributors and I started cutting back, cutting way back on anything Games Workshop. I sold my armies. I started looking for other games. Oh, hearing that outside reminded me I got some stuff I got to put out in the mailbox. I got some orders that need to go out. Um, I switched to a game called Chronopia. Remember that game? People loved that game. And the price wasn't outrageous like Games Workshop. And the models were just as good, if not better. It just didn't catch on. We played some Heavy Gear. Battletech was kind of a big thing. I was really big into historical gaming. That's Napoleonics and stuff like that. So I basically just put all my focus into that personally. Did the store take a hit? I think so. Because, like I said, Games Workshop was kind of like the only thing, the only game in town kind of thing, you know? Like everybody played it. And there was a kind of a common theme went around uh, to the different store owners and players. They started calling Games Workshop the evil empire. And I was like, why are you calling them evil empire? They're good people. And then it happened to me. And then I was like, oh, now I know why. Now I know why you guys don't like Games Workshop. It all clicked. If you look at my eBay store right now, I have some classic Games Workshop stuff on there. I've got orcs and Bretonians and Empire and stuff like that. But those were bought 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. basically I was going through my garage and I said, "Oh, look at this! I got a box of Warhammer 40K." Not really. It was just old models that were never finished, never fully assembled or fully painted. So I said, you know what? I'm just going to sell this, get rid of it, clear the box out. You know, do the thing. I have an old 40K book and a quick reference chart and some templates. I think I have the templates for sale on there. Some of these guys have right shoulder arms, some of them have left shoulder arm. I know why they did it. They did it so that the units would look like they have variety when they really don't. But shouldn't they all be on the same side? I don't know enough about the Civil War, but I thought it was a professional army. The Union, that is. Now, I know the Confederates would have at least did some drill and ceremony. Yeah, so after this stick, I think I'm gonna put my shoes on because I have socks on right now. Put some shoes on and run to the mailbox so I can at least get that out of the way so I'm not sitting here thinking about it. And while I'm out there, I might go look for my drill bit. So I've got 3 places for brushes right now. Technically 4, but I won't count that 4th place. I have those new brushes in that clear plastic tube, unused, never been used before. And then I've got good brushes in that cup. Those are ones that I would be able to paint a figure with. Various sizes of brushes. And then I've got this turntable over here. You can't see, it's off camera. That I have a bunch of brushes in that I just can't bring myself to throw away. There's probably, I was going to say there could be 100 brushes in there, but that's not true. There's probably 60 brushes in there. And over half of them are old brushes that I've tried restoring the bristles and I just can't. So I'm holding on to them because I'll use them to dry brush or something like that, right? Or paint terrain or something that doesn't need a fine tip. But do I need 60 of them? I don't think so. I guess I'm a brush hoarder. I can't bring myself to get rid of those brushes. And I know I should. And I had the turntable with all those brushes on the table right here. And it just took up too much space on the table. You know, that's why I got this other paintbrush rack. Hoping that I could manage my brushes a little bit better. So that's my goal over the next few days, is to see if I can't square my brush collection out and throw out old brushes that I know I'm never ever going to use again. I have some brushes that I've had for 20 years. I've got this one brush, I don't know where it is. That might be it right there. It's an old Games Workshop brush. And I stopped buying Games Workshop products 20 years, no, maybe not that long ago. Yeah, 20 years ago. Maybe even 25 years ago. Around 2000, I think, is when I stopped buying Games Workshop. That's hard to believe. Thinking about it. I'm like, really? I'm that freaking old. So that's why I would never play Epic ACW. Because it's ACW. I don't really enjoy ACW. and it's epic. You know, if it was 28 millimeter, maybe, but I'm not into ACW, so that's just one. If it was 15 millimeter, there would be a better chance of me playing it because I love 15 millimeter. But with these being 13 millimeter, that really bothers me. You just do not know how much it bothers me. I was going to take on the... Oh, wait, we got some chats. Before I run outside, let's see what these chats are. We've got Joseph saying, you can read the diaries of Civil War soldiers. They drilled all the time. Yeah, that's what I thought. I figured they did a lot of drill and ceremonies, and they were basically a modern soldier, right? I mean, not modern, but at the time they were modern. What else you got to say? They drill all the time. Did you get the email from 8 or 9 days ago? I would like to send you some figures to paint. Regards, Joe. No. I might have. What is your email? Just the like the first few. I'm gonna pull it up right now. eBay? No. Email. You sent it to Mr. Everything, right? Okay. I'm glad you're asking me this because yeah, I'm glad you're actually asking me this because I literally get like 200 emails a day, and I not from customers, but from companies trying to sell me stuff. And a lot of times, like there's a Chaosium email right there. Please review your purchase. That kind of stuff. I get the... I don't know what that is. Okay. I'm scrolling. I need to really go through this and get rid of all my emails from all these companies that I basically ignore. And there's a lot of spam. I'm sorry to say that, but that actually does happen. Okay. Is it Joseph? Because I mean, is your email Joseph? It probably is because that's your YouTube name. So I would assume it would be maybe a Gmail account. I don't know. But I'm scrolling. I don't see anything with Joseph just yet. You said it was about 8 days ago? So that would be close to the beginning of May. Yeah, I've already scrolled all the way down to May 1st. I might have missed it. Or I might have scrolled past it. Do you think it was before May 1st? Or did you send it via YouTube or did you send it via eBay? Yeah, I'm into April and I didn't see it. If it starts with Joseph. So let me wait, what is this? Okay, let me try again. Let me go forward in time now. From April. Lately, I've been getting a lot of Star Citizen emails too, believe it or not. Because they're getting ready to release a new patch on the 15th. That's real soon, so I'm going to be jumping in when Invictus goes live. Ethan is trying to get me to review his products. Zaxby's. I don't know how I'm getting emails from Zaxby's, but okay. Yeah, I'm up to the most current page. No, I didn't get your email. Okay, what'd you just say? Okay, can I send you the figures? I want you to paint some 50 millimeter Prussian Napoleonics initial batch of 32. Oh, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Um, just understand that this is a commission as well, right? Um, but, and I do it in order of receiving them, but I do want to point out that uh, this customer does want me to take breaks between lots. He doesn't want me to do it all at once because I guess financially, he doesn't want to. He wants to pay in increments, right? Which I'm totally okay with. So I'll do one group, and then I'll do some painting for myself or maybe you, and then I'll go back to him and paint his. So yes, I can definitely get some Prussians painted for you. Um, if you want flags, uh, I do have a collection of flags for 15 millimeter Prussians. Um, or you can send me the flags. And I'll be glad to add those on too. You've already looked at in the description below. There should be a Google Doc that explains my prices and everything. If uh, if that's okay, my address should be in there as well. So yeah, just send it to me when I get it in. I'll drop you an email with the invoice, and once the invoice is paid, then I'll begin painting your figures, and I'll ship them out as soon as they're done. Um, yeah, this guy, he sent me actually the entire box of Guts and Glory. That is 7 regiments, a cavalry regiment, like some generals and some artillery, and a building. So I had to, because a lot of that is not on my price quote sheet. So I just quoted him a price, and he was like, "Yep, that's what I expected." And then, but I said, "Okay, I could break it up into like 3 lots. I'll do one third, one third, one third." And he was like, "No, no, no, break it up even more than that." And I was like, "Okay, I'm here to do what you want me to do." But like I said, if you got a flag, okay, I know you just said something else. You said no problem. I have all the flags. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. So, uh, you can you can send me the flags, and I'll be glad to put them on for you. Or you can hold on to your flags and put them on yourself. How do you want them based? I'll be right back. I'm gonna go run outside, and then I'll see your chat when I get back. Well, bear with me. I gotta go outside. I gotta go down the ramp all the way to the mailbox. Okay. Be right back. Beautiful day. I think I'm gonna leave the door open. These are the bases that I painted. And since I was out there, I went in and just grabbed them. I don't think I'm going to be able to get them based today on the stream. Okay, I'm back. Sort of. Let me take my shoes off. It's funny, walking back up the hill, I don't know if you're familiar with our house, but I mean, you can Google Maps it and you could actually see where I'm living. But I have two driveways. I got a garage right there. Got two doors. It's got doors going out both sides. Do we put any cars in the garage? No. We have shelves lining all the walls in there, and there's junk in the middle. The place is full of hobby stuff. I got terrain boards and miniatures and paint, and I got all kinds of stuff out in the garage. But there's two driveways, and this driveway, the one on my right here, goes down, 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 probably about 10 feet down. It's probably about 50 feet to the main road and 10 feet down. So it's a pretty steep road, right? No big deal. So I go down there to the main road to put the boxes out in the mail. And then on the way up, about halfway up, I glanced down and my shoes are untied. So I thought about it. I actually, it went through my head. Am I going to tie my shoes or just go inside and take my shoes off? Because if I'm going to tie my shoes, I'm going to untie them as soon as I get in the house. So I said, no, I'm not going to tie them. And so I walked all the way back up with untied shoes. Okay, that's my life. Okay, so oh, it's almost 11 already. Dang, I've been doing this for 2 hours. It's hard to believe. Okay, so why do I have this? Oh, because my email's open. Okay. Okay, that's good. Now it's not open. Okay, I can send you bases too. I can send you a batch every month or so. Yeah, that sounds perfect. All Prussians, you say? Are you doing for any specific? Now curiosity's coming out. Are you doing for any specific battle, or is it just like you want to have these units available so that you can play any battle? You know, that's kind of the way I was when I was doing my Waterloo. I chose Waterloo because it's got a ton of units. But that's not going to stop me from using those regiments in other battles, you know? Okay, I'm going to stop the coffee because there's something about the coffee that wants to, like, make me drain the main vein. So I'm going to switch it up to orange dreamsicle. This is yummy. I could drink this all day, every day. Oh no! Look at the top of this thing. It's all bent out of shape. Oh, how am I going to open this? I don't want to have to take out my can opener. If I have to, I have to, right? But luckily, it's not bent like that on this side. It's only bent like that on this side. Ah, it's opening. Or is it? I don't know. Am I going to have a trouble? Am I going to have a drinking problem? Nope, pretty good. Pretty darn good. I love me some dreamsicle. What was that? That was a mainly units for the 1813 and Waterloo campaigns. Okay, so basically the later era. Okay. That's good. That's good. So, yeah. Just let me know, like, when you ship them to me, just let me know which regiments you want done so that I know, facing colors and stuff like that. And you said you're going to base them yourself? Oh, no, you're going to send the bases. I'll base them. You just send me the bases. And just let me know if it's for Napoleon's battles, or just let me know how you want them based. You know, when you say 32, is it going to be two groups of 16? I don't know. Who does 32 figure units? There's 36. Unless you're doing like you'll have to tell me. Just let me know. Put it on a piece of paper or something. Just let me know how you want them based. Because basing is basically free for me. I'll base, no charge. The only charge that I have for basing is the cost of the base. But if you send me a base, then that charge is non-existent. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get all these regiments or all these bases done by the time I end my live stream. Because normally what I'll do is I'll end it around lunch. So when I was outside, I thought about going into the garage and finding my drill bits and my drill. It would only take me a second to like pop some holes in that thing. And I've got so many brushes. Okay, I've already told you. Once I start throwing away all these brushes that I know I'm not going to use, then I should be okay. To maybe get rid of that spinner. That spinner is really what's taking up so much room on the table. And if I had some way to mount, if I got rid of these two bottles, I don't know, can you see that? No, not really. My camera's in the way. Yeah, if if I got rid of these two bottles from here, right, I could slide these brushes down, or brushes, I could slide these paints down. And then I could put that paint rack over there, and it would be out of the way. But then this would normally just go in that carryall that I have over there. And this I could technically put over here. Yeah, I could do something like that. Because I'm trying to clean up this area here. Because that spinner was taking up this room right here. It was just occupying it was just too much. Not like this spinner. This spinner is actually a space saver. Wait a second, is this starting to thicken up? It is. Might have to drop some water in there. Yeah, that's starting to thicken up too much. And I was thinking of putting something underneath my desk as kind of like a little table or something. But maybe not. Maybe I just won't mess with that. Now I don't want it to be too runny, which I might have just made it too runny. No, it seems good. We'll see after I do a couple of these muskets. Okay, it's perfect. Um, I'm not going to get back to painting this afternoon. What I think I'm going to do, I thought about this. Okay, what's going on here? That was too runny. Okay, I'm doing a little fixing right now. A wash will fix most of this, but let me fix what I can. Yep. It's too runny. Okay, those muskets are fixed. They had leaked onto the blue. Okay. So I didn't really mix it up well enough. Because some of it is like really thick, and then some of it is not so thick. it'll thicken up as I do more units. So right now I'm just doing the tops of the muskets where I'm not going to make any mistakes. Getting the paint to thicken up a little bit. What was I talking about? Oh, area of paintbrushes and stuff? No, that can't be it. Oh, afterwards. Like after when I go to lunch and I come back, I think what I'm going to do is spend some time working on my Pendragon campaign because there's a couple of things that I'm new to Pendragon. Okay, let me just start off by saying that. I am new to Pendragon, and I am not new to Chaosium games. But Pendragon is like RuneQuest, but also different. And I don't want to rely on my RuneQuest knowledge because I'm noticing that there are some differences so I need to get into the game and kind of clarify in my own brain how the game works. You know, basically learn the rules. See, I went into it thinking I knew everything. Like, oh man, I know everything. Because I know the not Palladium, the Chaosium mechanics forwards and backwards. Because I love RuneQuest. Or at least the old second edition RuneQuest. And the current edition. I think they've kind of gone back to and some of the Mongoose stuff I liked. Because Mongoose, one thing I like about Mongoose is they'll take a game, they'll reprint it, rewrite it, reprint it, but they stay with the original theme or the original feel of the game, and they don't woke it up or ruin it. They just reprint it into a different format, but it's pretty much the old game, right? But Chaosium got the rules to RuneQuest back. Basically, I think they sold the license and then somehow they got the license back. While it was away, I think they made another game. I think it's called the Basic Role-Playing System or something like that. And it is basically RuneQuest in another name. And it's a lot of the same rules that Call of Cthulhu uses. But I'm not a Call of Cthulhu player. But I play RuneQuest, and I know the mechanics. And Pendragon doesn't use those mechanics. That's the first thing I've kind of noticed. It has its own take on the basic rules. And I was thinking about using the Harn world and the Pendragon rules but then I said, well, it's the first time I'm running Pendragon, so I decided to stay with the Pendragon world. The next time I run it, or there's a possibility that in the future I'm going to run Pendragon, but in the Harn world. And there's a couple of things in Pendragon that I kind of don't like. And I'm gonna guarantee it right now, straight up. I'm gonna change it, and that's the fantasy part of the game. There's not enough of it. I want there to be dragons, and I want there to be orcs and elves, dwarves. Maybe not halflings. That's a Tolkien thing. But the Pendragon or the Arthurian world has all these supernatural creatures already in it. There's just no interaction with them or whatever. So I'm going to change that. Gradually. I'm not going to do it right off the jump. I want the fantasy creatures to be just that, like weird and unusual, and the players are going to be destined to stop an incursion or something like that. It's going to have nothing to do with King Arthur and the Holy Grail and all of that. It's going to be Merlin getting with the players, saying things like, "You've been selected. You know, you have a destiny or something like that. You're going to have to travel, maybe outside the kingdom. They're going to go on a major quest, and it's going to be fantastical with monsters galore, damsels in distress, weird races, and players aren't going to know what hit them. Because Pendragon is kind of mundane. When you look at the rules, it's kind of like this king fights this king, and you fight against Saxons and Picts, and you get into these battles, and you get married, and you have kids, and there's nothing really weird. I want my game to be weird. Not so weird that it's world shattering, breaking the game and all that. But I want there to be like a quest. I want there to be mystery. I want the players to be heroes, not just some knight that trudges along and gets a keep that they have to manage. That's all well and good. That might be what the players signed up for, but that's not what they're going to get. So my point is, I need to do a little research, a little work on my Pendragon game. I'm not going to write anything or do anything like that. I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. There is a fairly impactful quest that's coming up that's already written into the game. And yeah, I don't need to rewrite anything. They're going to get a chance to meet Merlin and King Arthur and all that. And the timeline of the campaign right now is the time after Uther was poisoned and killed, but before King Arthur became king. So the sword is still stuck in the anvil. and nobody has been able to pull it out. So that's where we're at in the campaign. They are just knights in the kingdom somewhere, working for some count somewhere, doing their mundane knight stuff, fighting Saxons. And so, yeah, so it's going to start off very mundane, and then it's going to go to a it's going to ramp up a little bit as real world things, not real world, but real in the game, things are transpiring, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Because Arthur's going to get knighted, and he's going to pull the sword out. This game taught me something as well. And it's pretty obvious, but I didn't realize this. Did you know the sword that's in the stone is not Excalibur? I always thought it was. Right? It was. But no. Excalibur isn't given to Arthur until much later. The Lady of the Lake gives him the sword Excalibur. The sword in the stone is the sword of power. And the sword of power actually has a name. It's something really mundane like Ed or Cecil or something like that. It's got a very weird name. Yeah, I never knew that. I mean, looking back on it, I'm like, yeah, that's right. Excalibur wasn't given to him till much later. So it is a different sword. But basically, um, after they meet Arthur, he sends them on a couple of quests. And I've got like 5 years scheduled already for what's going on. But at the end of that 5 years, I want to start a epic quest. One that takes them to a fantasy world Something I was thinking about doing was still using Horn, but kind of like Ravenloft. If you know anything about Ravenloft, it's a D&D world that's kind of in another dimension. So like you're running around in the Forgotten Realms doing your thing, and then a fog rolls in, and then on the other side of the fog is Ravenloft Castle or something like, I don't know. I've never played. And it's full of vampires and undead creatures and stuff like that. So I was wondering, in Harn, they do have a scenario where you travel from Harn to another dimension, and then you find your way back. They basically have these dimensional teleporters or something. I never got a chance to use it. It wasn't part of my narrative. But I could see my Pendragon players finding one of these stargates, if you will, traveling through it from England or Avalon or wherever they're at, and it takes them to another island about the size of England called the Harn. And then they would have to navigate the political landscape of the Harn world, and they wouldn't be knights of any of the kingdoms in Harn. They would be treated like, I guess they would be treated like foreign knights. Still a knight, but just from a foreign land. They would be like guests. But I don't really. Let me back up a little bit. All that sounds really cool, but why? Why would I do that? What what would the benefit be of introducing an alternate dimension? And would the players appreciate a story like that? I think they would, because it would come as a shock, right? They would be like, what the hell? Let's figure this out. Let's try to work out the problems. Let's try to find our way home. Or I could kind of do it kind of subtle, along with Merlin saying things like, there's this creature and it's doing all kinds of this and that, and I need you to go deal with it. And I pull the creature from a fantasy book, or just create some kind of monster, a troll or a giant or a ogre or whatever, and the players go and fight this thing. And they find out that it came through this portal, and the players successfully closed the portal somehow, with Merlin's help or something. Because I'm thinking by the time the players are going to be asked to deal with this, they're probably going to have a retinue. They're going to have a squire. And I was thinking maybe they'll have a druid or a priest with them, or one they can call upon to resolve any kind of mystical magical problems. Because knights, they don't deal with that. So they get this gate closed. And then maybe a few months later, another gate opens. And another creature comes through. This is what I'm kind of leaning on this, because it'll give me a reason why there are these monsters. And it'll keep happening, and they're, and Arthur or somebody keeps calling upon them because, they have a reputation for being monster killers or problem solvers, troubleshooters. But all these creatures that come through, there's going to be gradual clues. See, I'm writing the story right now in my head while talking to you guys. So there will be gradual clues, not all at once. I have to resist the urge to tell them everything all at once. That as these creatures come through, it reveals more and more of the truth, which is this God, divine being, or whatever they are, in this other dimension from Harn, is experimenting, and because I don't remember his name, but there is a God in the Harn universe that makes monsters. That's his kind of his thing. He'll create a monster. It'll be unique just for fun. And then the players, the knights, will have to figure out a way to close this portal that this guy in the other dimension is using to send his monsters through. And I'll make that like this super long epic quest that should take years in game. And there might be a boat involved. Like they might have to go to France. Or Scandinavia. Probably not Scandinavia. But I could see them going to France. That'd be really cool. Or maybe Russia or something like that. Just, I want them to have to go other places. Maybe Rome. Because in Pendragon, and in the real world, Rome was in England, right? And then they left. And maybe it's a Roman gate And they can't close it without some specific Roman artifact. But gates like that, you would think would be something to do with the Druids. The old world magic. Maybe it'll be one of those henges, like Stonehenge or something like that. Because they dot the landscape. And maybe it only happens at a certain time of the year. When the stars are in the right position or something. That's why it's not happening all the time. I think that'd be a fun little twist on Pendragon. And while they're dealing with their own troubles, Arthur and his knights, they've got their own problems. You know what I mean? Yeah, but that's I brought this subject up. Okay, I went off on a tangent, but I brought the subject up because I wanted to take some time in the next couple of weeks before June to really hash out my marshals and generals Napoleonic's rules. I've got a lot of good ideas, but I haven't really committed to any of them except for basing. Like my basing, I pretty much got that figured out. I know exactly what my basing's like. Unit sizes, base sizes. Now I need to get into like ranges, movement distances, combat modifiers, command and control, morale. Okay, so unit morale is going to be a little different than army morale. Army morale is going to be done by the chit system. Almost exactly like Battle Group. If you're familiar with that game, that's what I plan to do in my Napoleonic game. If you lose a unit, you draw a chit. If you lose an elite unit, you draw 2 chits. If you lose a militia, or Landwehr unit, I was thinking you don't draw a chit unless you lose 2 of them. Or I could go 1, 2, and 3, just making the chits a little bit smaller in number. Because that way you don't have to keep track of how many militias you've lost. You just know that you draw a chit when you lose a militia, and you draw 2 chits when you lose a regular unit, and you draw 3 chits when you lose a veteran or an elite unit. And these chits will have numbers from 0 up to, I haven't decided, probably 3. Not 5, maybe 3, because you're going to be drawing, on average, you're going to be drawing 2 chits. And what that means is every army will have a route number. And when your army, or I'm sorry, when your chits reach your army's route number, the game is immediately over and you lose the game. That part I pretty much have locked in. Now the problem is everything else. So I'm thinking orders. Those orders can be movement, shooting, reloading, rallying, changing formation, and I was thinking about giving almost everybody 4 actions. And movement will be about, okay, it'll wind up being about 2 inches on the table. It'll be called 3 inches, but if you played the game in 15 millimeter, everything's done at 2/3, shooting and movement. So 3 inches will count as 2 inches on the table. So it's best to make range rulers. Same thing with shooting Like, if I say a musket is supposed to shoot 6 inches, then it really on the table will only shoot 4 inches? That's kind of what I want to do. So if you use all 4 actions to move, how far is that? 8 inches? But that's all you did. It's like force marching. You did not shoot. You did not reload. You didn't change formation. You did nothing but move. And if you think about it, 8 inches is really not that far. But it is kind of far when you're talking about 15 millimeters. And I was thinking that a march column doubles your move. So if you're in a march column and you use all 4 actions to move, what is that, 16 inches? That's pretty cool. And then I was thinking with an attack column, it's not a line. Lines are like super slow. So if you're in an attack column, you get 1 free movement. Right? So you move 2 inches. And then you get your 4 actions. So basically, if you used all 4 actions to get your 8 inches of movement, and then the 1 free movement gives you a total of 10 inches. So it is faster than a line, but not so much that it's ridiculous, you know. And if you shoot, you're unloaded. And I'll put a little cotton ball by your unit, and it'll stay with your unit until you spend an action to reload. Now, if you shoot, reload, shoot, and reload, you can do that. So basically, if you don't move, or let me rephrase that, if you don't spend actions on anything else, you can shoot twice. Now I do want to let the attack column shoot, but I don't want it to be as effective as a line. And my shooting dice and melee dice are all going to be D10. I think I discussed this previously. D6s just don't have enough variance. So what I mean by that is if you're behind cover that grants you a +1, which is the smallest plus you can get, with a D6, that's a 16% bonus. But with a D10, a +1 is only a 10% bonus. Now, if I want something to be better than 10%, I can slap on a +2. And a +2 gives you a 20% bonus, which really isn't that much difference than a +1 with a D6. But it is different, but it's not much different. If you were to expand a D6 to a +2, now you're giving them 32, almost 33%. You're giving them 33% bonus. And so you have to almost never use a +2. I don't want to do that. I want to have +1s, +2s, and +3s. A +3 might be and this also equates to negatives, like a -3. But I'm saying plus, but it's really a negative. But if you're behind a fence or in the woods, that'd be a +1. But if you're behind a wall or in a town, you get a +2. There's a difference, you see, but it's not as big of a difference as if you got a +2 with a D6. And then I want, if you have improved position, like a redoubt or some kind of improved positions, where engineers actually built something for you, then that would be a +3. Now, I've been thinking about reversing that and saying that a town is a +3 and a dug-in position is only +2. I really thought about that. Because I think being in a town is way more protected than being out in a field behind a gabion or a trench or a earthworks. But then again, I could be wrong. Because, I don't know, a well-improvised town sector, I think, should be better than ramparts and stuff out in the field. Now, we're not talking about a castle. That might be a +3 as well. But then again, that's a building. I think Huguemont and the garden should be a +3. But just some homemade wall for your cannon. I say homemade, but you know what I mean. Should be a +2. But either way, what I'm trying to say is it's D10. So I got that out of the way. That's pretty straightforward. +1, +2, very rarely +3 on a D10. Oh, wait, we got a ton of chats. I glanced up and I saw some chats. Let me go ahead and switch my glasses and let me read this. We got Joseph saying, I play Emperor of the Battlefield. 2 bases to the unit with 8 figures per base. Oh, okay. Mounted in 2 ranks of 4. 40 by 30. Okay. Perfect. I mount personally, my Napoleonics are also mounted on 40 by 30s in 2 ranks, but I only use 6 figures per base. But I use like 4 bases per unit. So 16 figures would be a unit for you, right? Okay, so that'd be 2 units. Got it. Okay, and then you say, Frederick's on here. He says, I guess you were talking about the Harn adventure, the Staff of Fanon. Ooh, is that the one where they go to a different village in another dimension? I don't remember the names. But yeah, I read through a bunch of different ones. That one was, it was in an old black and white, looked like it was made on a typewriter. Harn Quest. It's like a magazine or whatever. That's where I think I got it from. Where the players enter a cavern where there's a kind of dimensional gate that leads them to Yashane, a parallel world in the universe Yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah, that definitely does sound like the adventure that I was talking about. If you use Harn, there is, of course, the Godstones. Yeah, Godstones is kind of what I was leaning on, actually, that you can use to go to absolutely anywhere. Yeah, it was the Godstones, but I remember there was an adventure with a gate that went somewhere, but in the overall world, there's these Godstones. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's just something that somebody wrote into the world to give them an excuse to do whatever they want. And then you go, here is the link if you're interested. You don't need to give me a link. I own everything there is to own for Harn. Uh, he is very good at giving lots of info and using Foundry Virtual Tabletop. Yep, I don't use Foundry. I don't like it. I it doesn't do what I want it to do. It does a lot of good things. Don't get me wrong. It does a lot of good things. It just doesn't do what I want it to do. I use Roll20, but I appreciate it. And if you notice, I don't remember. Um, yeah, you don't need to send me any kind of link. If that was a link to somebody that plays Harn using a virtual tabletop, that might be interesting to go and watch. Getting some ideas. But yeah, not really. Don't have the time for that, really, to be honest. Um, I watch a lot of things, and I found recently that me starting to play computer games again and watching all the shows that I watch and the painting of everything that I paint, um, I need more hours in the day. Just that's just the plain and simple. I don't have enough hours to do everything I want to do. Speaking of shows, there's a pretty cool show that I've been watching on Amazon, which is called Secret Level. You probably have already watched all the episodes, but I just discovered it a couple of days ago. I've heard about it. I've heard people talk about it, but I really didn't have any interest in it. I was kind of like, whatever. They've got a 40K story, and I'm like, whatever. But it's an anthology, which basically means that none of the stories are related. They're all, every story is different. And there's a D&D story. There's a 40K story. There's a Unreal. Nope. Is it Unreal? Unreal Tournament story. Um, but I've only gotten about 7 episodes in. And I think they're really good so far. Like I said, I've only watched 7 episodes. Um, what's funny is, and you can take this for whatever you want to take this as, I was fully expecting the show to be woke. I was like, no, I'm not going to watch it. It's going to be woke. It's going to be nothing but girl bosses, and the men are all going to be stupid, and they're going to have LGBTQ everywhere. So I said to myself, nah. But then I said, well, they got a 40K episode. Let me watch and see what's up. And the first episode's not the 40K episode. That actually comes in later. But I watched it, and I watched a number of episodes. And I don't really feel that it's very woke. I think it's well done. There are some women girl bosses in there. But that's okay. I don't mind girl bosses. It's just I don't like it shoved down my throat. Or I don't like every issue or every episode to be that. That's one reason why, and here we go. I'm gonna ruffle some feathers. It's one of the reasons why I don't like Andor. People are saying, "Oh, Andor is so good. It's like the best Star Wars. Star Wars is back." Man, the writing is so good. I love Andor. Um, no. First of all, we already know what happens in Andor. It's already been written. So all they're doing is taking what everybody already knows and putting it to video, which I'm okay with that. I'm okay with them taking a story from Star Wars and putting it to video. I think that's pretty cool because not everything has a video. But that's only part of it. The other part is they're shoving LGBTQ ideology down your throat. Which is, guess what? Disney all wrapped in one. That's what Disney likes to do. Now, it's not a huge percentage of the show. And I'm specifically talking about the two lesbians. Um, it's not that big of a deal. But when you have only 3, maybe 4 relationships in the entire series, and one of them is gay, that's 25%. That's Disney. They couldn't have a show that didn't have that in it. They just can't. I don't know what's up their butt, but and I don't know why Disney thinks that's acceptable. Oh, they have to be represented. Okay, okay. Not 25%. Previous to Andor, it was like 75%. It was the other way around. Talking to you, Acolyte. Actually, I think that was 100%. We don't need a man. We can just magically create beings because we're witches and we can make babies from our thoughts. Ridiculous. George Lucas has got to be crying about that. Now, I love the sets, the special effects, the acting. All of that is good. Even the lesbian acting is really good. But just because the acting and the special effects is good doesn't mean the show is good. That's one reason why Marvel has gone down in the tubes. Everything's got to be woke. You got to woke it up. One thing. Taskmaster became Task Mistress. Why? Why couldn't they leave a good thing alone? They realized they messed up, and their promise to the fans was, okay, we realize we messed up, so we'll shoot her in the head in the first 5 minutes of the movie. And we'll get rid of that woke BS. Now, the new Fantastic Four, woke. Woke as fuck. I'm disappointed. They made Reed Richards a cuck. He's PW. He has no backbone. And I'm sure they had to search Hollywood high and low until they found somebody that was willing to take a paycheck to, to play that type of Reed Richards. And they found Pedro because he's on the Disney payroll because of Mandalorian. Mandalorian wasn't that bad. Mandalorian was not that bad. I'll have to give them props for that one. But you got Luke out there, refusing to be a Jedi and basically going out like a bitch. And then they turned the whammon into the Jedi after one day of training. She's better than Luke. Luke must be better than Yoda. Can't stand Rey. If she had any kind of personality, I think I would like her. But she has no personality. She's just a jerk. And then we talk about Ahsoka. Same thing. Whammon. Whammon Jedi. Yeah, she's from the cartoon. Big deal. And then The Last of Us, they're going all gay on us too. Which I understand that that was in the game. And so they're bringing it across, trying to be true to the game. I get that, but that doesn't mean I like the game. Doesn't mean I have to like it. And they did it in both seasons. You got season 1 where she has her girlfriend get killed in the shopping mall. So that's in her mind and out in like one episode, that's great. But then they had the gay men, and they had their own episode. Their entire episode was just about the gay men. Okay, I could get past that. I could say, whatever. Okay, let's move past. And now in season 2, they're all getting it on. And I'm like, oh man. Now, this is epic, right? And in my I'm about to like give you a little in-depth thought process of my commission work on these figures. I really didn't think I was going to get all the muskets painted wood by the time I ended the stream, but I pressed on. Okay. Epic. I thought to myself, this really isn't 10 figures. This is only one figure. It's just a really big figure, right? But it's listed on their website as 10 figures. And so I thought about it. I said, okay, a regiment in this case is 100 figures. And at 15 millimeters or less, I charge $5.50 per figure. So that would be $550 for one regiment. And I thought to myself, I can't with good conscience bill him for 100 figures when it's epic. And they're all interconnected. You know, it's really only one figure. It's just so I gave him a break and I only charged him half price. I said, I'm going to charge you half price for all the for the infantry regiments. That are like this. If it's individual figures, yeah, I'm going to charge you for individual figures. But because it's on a strip like this, I'm going half price. Now, looking back on it, after having painted all these so far, I haven't gotten them completed by far, but after all the work I've put in, it is very much like painting 100 figures. This is very time consuming. This guy's getting a break. Next time, no break. Because they're very small. And it's like painting individual figures. It's ridiculous. So I thought about getting the Napoleonic epic. This is when I was making the decision to switch from 28 millimeter to a smaller scale. I knew I wanted to reduce my scale, and I was thinking 10 millimeter. I bought a bunch of 10 millimeter figures, thinking that I was going to be able to base them up just like these epic figures, multiple figures on a base, and maybe 10 across, because 10 millimeters is even smaller than this. I was thinking 10, if it was 8 to 10 figures across, a 60 millimeter base, 20 millimeters deep. Because that's what the epics are, right? So I thought about it. I was like, yeah, let me get these 10 millimeters and do them. I did a unit of 10 millimeter, I think they were Dutch Belgian line. And I realized I did not want to paint 10 millimeter figures. They are so small. Now, I have no problem painting like 6 millimeter World War II. No problem at all. But when you're talking about colorful uniforms with facings, I was struggling to paint collars and cuffs and everything like that on a 10 millimeter figure. I was going crazy. And so I decided, nah. But then I thought, what about this Epic? Epic seems pretty cool. So I started doing some video research, and I found out that they're not 15 millimeter. They're 13 millimeter. And I was like, okay, well, 13 millimeter, 15 millimeter, that's pretty close to the same. Nope. I was thinking that I could get some 15 millimeter units that were not available in the Waterloo box and flesh out my armies, you know, Brunswickers or if I wanted to, like Austrians or Russians. I don't want to, but if I did, I would have that option. But the answer is no. You do not have those options because it's 13 millimeter, not 15. And I was like, okay, they can't be that different. Nope, they're different. They're different enough that you can't use them together. Because there's a lot of brands out there like Minifigs or Old Glory or Blue Moon or something like that. And their figures claim to be 15 millimeter. But one might be just a little bit bigger than the other. And I'm totally okay with that because of the human condition. You know, you've got different size people. So I could mix and match 15 millimeter figures and they'll all kind of sort of fit together where you could imagine that one guy's a little bit taller than another guy. But when it comes to 13 millimeter versus a 15, the height difference is just too great. They don't fit. And with these guys, they're so close together. I feel like it's inaccurate to the gap that should be present between the troops. I think they're supposed to be about 18 inches between soldiers. Not interlock your arms, because that's pretty much how they are. They've got interlocking arms. They're overlapping. They're getting in each other's way. So that was a killer for me. Now I thought, okay, well I can get cavalry at least. Those are all individually mounted. And to be honest, I have some generals from the Napoleonic set. I have the Prussian generals, the French generals. I don't think I have the British generals, but the Prussian and the French I have. And I compared them to my Old Glory generals in 15 millimeter, and they're on par. They're very close. So if I wanted to, I think I could use those generals in my 15 millimeter armies if I needed them, which I don't. The Prussian ones I do, because I don't have any Prussian, my Prussian armies have not been started yet. I'm waiting to start them until after I get Quatre Bras finished. All right, we got all the muskets. And I can take this new wood and put it away. All right, guys, this is where we're going to call it quits. I'm going to see if there's any additional chat. I might go get a drill and a drill bit and drill out some holes. But again, I'm going to do that off camera. And then I'll assemble it with glue. And then I will spray paint it, probably black, just like I spray painted this rack black. This rack black. I've actually thought about getting another one of these to put on this end. I would have to take this spinner and pull it out all the way because I'm running out of space for my paint, to be honest. Over here, I've got this Litco rack of paint, and that holds 10, well, 9, 10? 9 bottles per row is what it looks like. Yeah, 9 bottles per row. And there's, what is there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows. So whatever 7 times 9 is. What is that? 63? Is that right? 7 times 9 is 63. I do believe. So in the area of that space, this thing holds like 120 or something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Also 9? 9 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 90. 108. Okay. So this holds 108 of this type of paint bottle, right? This or this. Where that holds, what did I say, 63? So about half. But and that was originally for this. They actually have, I don't know if you can see it, but there's holes in there that you can drop your paint bottles down into. And I think there's 10 of them across. So to be fair, if they were holding these type of paint bottles, that would be 10 across. So that would be 70. So instead of 70, but because I have these types of paints, this or, you know, this type, I have nowhere else to put it, and they fit pretty good in that rack. So So yeah. Okay, while we're while we're just fiddling around, and I haven't actually ended the stream yet. Let's see if my theory is correct. Plus, I could lay this down. It could lay down. I thought about that too. I could lay them down. They wouldn't be so high. But the problem with that is it would just occupy more space on the table. And with the elevation, I actually get less space on the table being taken. I could leave a gap in there and I could put, you know, certain bottles in there like that. And I've considered that also. These are heavy as hell. I'll just have to admit that. All those bottles, they are heavy. Oh, look at that. My Old Glory membership card. Okay. Okay, that's close enough that I could spin and still not have any issues. This would not be present. This would not be present because I would have this sitting over there in its stead. Yeah, I think that actually fits pretty good in there. It's got a good, it doesn't like get in the way of my coffee and everything. If paintbrushes were sticking up, that's still not really going to be a problem. And then if I really wanted to, I could take this, slide it back to there. Okay, that's not much of a, yeah, that's not much of a gap in there for me to bother with putting anything in there. And that might make this a little hard to get out. Now it's okay. So I was thinking putting this into like a little square, right? Like that. And then if I needed to, come on, I know you fit in there. Barely. I could put that in there like that, which I'm not going to do. I could slide that back. Tight squeeze, but it'll go in there and I can spin. That's no problem. Okay, all that's fine. All that's good over there. Yeah, that actually might work. And that doesn't really get in the way of anything being right there. This giant spinner right here was getting in the way of everything, and that's mostly brushes I'm going to throw away anyway. And if I do get rid of this, I'm going to have more than enough room to adjust where my coffee or whatever is. You know, whatever other drinks I might have over there, that's not going to be a problem. But I kind of think I want to push it all the way back, though. Yeah. Okay, it'll go in there. What am I getting caught on? See, because it's about the same length as this little plastic tray. So that actually works really good right there, in my opinion. And this can be, that can be like that. All this is water. I could just put this anywhere. I could put it anywhere. Oh yeah, that works even better. Yeah, I think that's how it's going to go. But then I have to figure out a way to get rid of all those. I have to figure out what I'm going to do with this. This is the problem. What am I going to do with this? It's a cool little cozy thing. It could go on my desk somewhere, but I've got so much junk on my desk. It can't go on my monitors. It really can't go on my printer desk. It can't really go up on my shelf up. It could go up there, but I don't know what I'm going to do with this. I could put it on the shelf over there and only go to it when I really need to, but most of these brushes are going to get tossed anyway. And I've got some like markers. Oh, damn. That goes down inside there. Sweet. This marker doesn't, but I could always just sit it up on top. That's no problem. Or I could sit it on there or under there. I don't know. I'll figure something out. I'll figure. Yeah, this will go somewhere. I don't have any idea where yet. And by cleaning that off with those extra brushes, I could probably put, I don't know. I don't know. Doesn't that look really dark? Oh, you don't see that. Even though the light's on it, doesn't that look like super dark? Even the ones on the silver with no wash. Okay, that doesn't look that bad up here in the light like that. But the further away you get, doesn't it look darker and darker and darker? And I still have to put like black straps on there. I don't really have that much left to paint, which, like I said, I'm probably going to do that tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow. That's the plan. And hopefully we'll knock these out, get them completed, and you'll be able to see this drilled out and painted. I wonder if there's a way to stack this on something. If I had two of them, I could stack them on top of each other, and then I can use one of them as just a drawer. Okay, hold on, because these things are cheap. This was like $6. I consider that to be cheap. Um, hmm. I'm wondering. Too big for that, but and then I could put one on top of the other. I'm gonna think about that. I really am. Because just a little shelf like that, if I don't pop the holes out, it'll just be a solid shelf. Shoot, I could even do it this way and stack the other one on top of it. I'd have to glue them together or put some kind of like popsicle stick or something sticking up so that when I put the one on top, it won't fall off. You know? Yeah, because I don't want to glue them together. But I can put like a little rail so that when I put it on there, it'll fit right down inside that rail. All right, well, that's it. I keep going on and on and on, and I need to stop. All right, guys. Well, thanks for hanging out with me. I'm going to leave you with a little bit of my music, or I should say Muzak. I still haven't decided which one I'm going to use yet.
Tiny soldiers on the table march in line. Painted shields and swords, they shine so fine. Dice roll like thunder sealing fate. In this battle of ours, let's not be late. Wargaming in miniature, no war too small. Battles on the tabletop, we'll conquer all. Heroes made of plastic, armies clash and roar. Wargaming in miniature, let's fight some more. Kings and castles rise where Sodacan stood. Mountains made of books, it's a cardboard wood. Strategy of giants on a scale so flee. We topple empires with a cup of tea. Wargaming in miniature, no war too small. Battles on the tabletop, we'll conquer all. Heroes made of plastic, armies clash and roar. Wargaming in miniature, let's fight some more. Battlegrounds in living rooms, legends unfold in the chaos of dice. Our stories are told from the rookies of war to generals wise. The fate of tiny worlds lies in our eyes. Snacks to the side and the glue close by. We men, broken warriors, give them one more try. Cavalry rides beneath the lamp's warm light. On this tiny frontier, we rewrite the fight. no war too small. Battles on the tabletop will conquer all. Heroes made of plastic, armies clash and roar. Wargaming in miniature, let's fight some more. Let's fight some more. Let's fight some more. No. Tiny soldiers on a grand paper plane, rolling dice to echo cannon's refrain. Kingdoms rise within this tabletop dust. In strategy and chaos we place our trust. The generals lean with a calculating stare. Hands of fate guide moves with a flare. Tiny hills climb where valleys fall steep. Battles fought while the house stays asleep. Wargaming dreams on a six-sided star. In this microcosm we travel so far. Heroes die small but their legends grow large. In this tiny world we're always in charge. Painted commanders in coats of bold hue patrol the terrain in colors so true. Armies clash with a flick of the wrist. Victory's a mark on a checklist kissed. Dice are the drums of this parade of might. The board is the map glowing soft through the night. Imagination ignites where the pieces collide. A universe unfolds we cannot hide. 100 battles fought in one single room. Victories blazing, entropy and gloom. Armies may fade, but spirits don't rest. In the heat of this game, we earners of trust.
In fields of green and battle stage, a world in miniature engaged, with hands that guide the fates of men. The echoes of their clash begin. Each move a story, each step a tale. Through crafted lands where dreams prevail. The dice decide the fate unknown. A kingdom built from seeds we sow. Silence ring, a world of war where heroes sing. Through painted scenes and crafted lore, we fight for glory evermore. The clash of armies, the thrill it brings. In tiny realms where courage spring. Each piece a soldier, each game a war. We march to victory on this floor. of the battlefield's design. Miniature armies march in line. Strategies unfold in measured time. Derek leads with a plan refined. The clash of forces under moonlit skies. Echoes of history in their cries. A game of minds where tactics rise. Victory awaits where courage lies. P&O notes trace the paths of war. Electric whispers open the door. Derek commands with wisdom's lore. Through the chaos he seeks to explore. The clash of forces under moonlit skies. Echoes of history in their cries. A game of minds where tactics rise. Victory awaits, courage lies.
Unfold on the tabletop plane. Strategies drawn in the heat of the game. Figures align in the miniature frame. Victory whispers through the thunderous rain. Each move a dance in a silent ballet. Clash of minds in a tactical fray. Through painted lands where armies convey the thrill of conquest at the break of day. Miniature worlds where stories are told. Warriors clash as the battles unfold. In the heart of the game, courage takes hold. Realm of strategy, daring and bold. Realm of strategy, daring and bold. Battles unfold on the tableless expanse. Miniature warriors in a strategic dance. 15 millimeters of intricate design. A world conflict in a scaled down line. Terrain crafted with precision and care. Armies maneuver under watchful glare. Dice roll to decide the fate of the day. Strategies clash in a tactical display. In the realm of miniature war and law, every move opens a new door. 15 millimeters, telltales and all of battles fought and stories bold.
battles unfold on a crafted stage. Figures move in a strategic cage. Miniature worlds where stories are told. Tactics and plans in the fields of old. Fighties and clash of the gears, still all won't beats fitted. 50mm bring life to the fight. Armies clash under soft table light. Each roll of the dice decides their fate. Victory alone.